Please take your seat. The program will be starting soon. Please take your seat. The program will be starting soon. Please welcome Politico Live's editorial director, Kevin Barron.
Oh, hello, good afternoon. Thank you for the A's. I like that. Hey, that's good, that's good. Welcome to Politico's programming here at the CNN-POLITICO Grill for day 4 of the Democratic National Convention. Can you feel it? Hey! I mean, this is the big day, right? Just hours from now, right over there, we're going to hear the big acceptance speech from Kamala Harris. Can you feel it? This one. You're not allowed to leave all day. That's right. Well, we're really excited to open today. We've had a great week. We've had everybody from Schumer to Shapiro, right? That's a whole lot of faces, old, new. Everyone's come out, but there's one more to come right now that we're all looking forward to. Nancy Pelosi just backstage. Before we get to that, a couple thank yous. We want to thank Bayer, our sponsor for today, for their support. We want to thank also the amazing production and editorial teams that have helped put on this programming all week long. Let me tell you, it's been a few weeks, you know, all the changes, everything coming up, but it's been some great conversations. I encourage you all to go online and watch them on our YouTube channel. You can watch every conversation. If you're watching right now or joining us from home, you can tweet along. Politico Conventions is the hashtag. Don't forget that. So tonight, you know, for today, we have a lot of questions. There's many questions. There's a lot of days ahead. There's a lot of miles before we get to November. So we got one more day to go. And before I, waste any more time with you, just wanted to say thanks again for joining us today and get right to our first distinguished guests for today's afternoon at the CNN-POLITICO Grill. Thanks.
Please welcome Politico's senior political columnist and politics bureau chief, Jonathan Martin, and former Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Speaker Emerita, Nancy Pelosi.
Well, Madam Speaker, thanks so much for joining us here today, and thanks to all of you for being in the room and those watching online. You've been called many things in the course of your esteemed career, Madam Speaker. You've been called a daughter, a wife, mother, a state chair, congresswoman, Speaker Emerita. But there's a new nickname for you that's going around, and that is the Godmother. The Godmother. And I got this yesterday. I'm not sure if you want to add it to your personal collection, but
I really told whoever put this out.
Yeah.
Without my consent. I don't
Yes.
like it.
You don't like it
I don't like it at all. No,
because of the Italian kind of.
Mimi, my grandmother name.
Your mic.
My grandmother name, Mimi. He skipped that and he went to something somebody else decided to name.
You don't like it because of the connotation about Italian Americans, or because of the connotation about you're operating behind the scenes this year,
I
or
don't
both?
appreciate people making pins without
your consent.
and giving it out as if it's a gift. No, I'm not amused by that.
Yeah, okay.
But anyway, let's be amused by something else. We have a wonderful day here. I don't know why he started with that, but that's Jonathan.
She's already going negative on me here. We haven't had a first sip of water yet. So, tell me what you think happened once President Biden passed the baton to Kamala Harris. Because you know this party so well. What changed in the party?
First of all, one thing that did not change was the respect that everyone had for President Biden, that his legacy is something that was so consequential. In fact, for this modern era, for a president just with one term to have accomplished that much was just really very, very successful. So we want that legacy to be upheld, and that persists. What happened also, though, is that the urgency of the winning the election was setting in as we got closer. And the thought that a person of such horror could possibly even drive by the White House, much less ever go into it again, was something that was very compelling.
This is Donald Trump.
I don't use his name. Yeah. So in any event, again, timing. You're getting closer to the election.
Right.
The urgency is setting in.
Right.
We want to save the legacy and use it as the basis for. We've proven we can get the job done. We have to do more. Nobody votes for you because of what you have done. They all want to know what you're going to do.
And the incumbent was on a sort of uncertain, to put it charitably, trajectory in the summer.
Well, I thought that the campaign could have been better, but nonetheless, that is neither here nor there.
Right.
We're there now.
It happened.
And we are.
But it wasn't,
happened.
Madam
It's
Speaker.
going magnificently.
It wasn't just the presidential, though. It was also the possibility that the down ticket could have gotten caught up in a difficult year, and you could have obviously lost control of the Senate and hurt your chances to win back the House too, right? There was down ballot impact as well, right?
Well, I was determined that we would win the House. That is a responsibility I take very personally, politically, officially, in every way. Our members thought that they were in pretty good shape with the status quo.
Right.
If that were to change, then that would change our prospect.
Yes.
You don't add by subtracting. We had to hold the numbers that we had, and then we had to add. Now we need 4 or 5 to win the majority.
Right.
But I want more than that.
So you were looking at the possibility of a status quo or worse House election, which would have meant not winning back the House, and that was a real problem.
But Jonathan, it's a horrible thought, and I just say it and dismiss it.
Sure.
But should there have been a situation where we didn't win the White House and the Republicans had the House, it would have been a horrible thing
And the
for
Senate
our democracy, for our country, for our working families, for our children.
Was it hard for you to say the things you did? Because you and President Biden have had a long and very warm relationship. Was it personally hard for you?
Well, I won't go into that right now. Right now, we're talking about what is going to be hard is to just keep everybody focused on winning the election, because there's so much euphoria and there's nothing automatic here.
Yeah.
This takes, as I say, the 3 M's: mobilizing, owning the ground, getting your grassroots operation. Our VIPs, our volunteers in politics, they're our VIPs. To make the calls and text and tweet and all of that, door knock and all of that. That's the mobilization. And then the messaging has to be with clarity and persistence and the rest, but also unifying and not menacing.
I think very few people know this, but one of the most formative elections for you was the 2000 election, where, as most folks in this room know, I hope you do, that Al Gore lost narrowly to George W. Bush. What's less remembered is that Democrats were widely seen as having a chance to take back the House that year, and you oversaw the effort in California, won back House seats in California, but there was only one other Democrat to flip a seat the rest of the map that year, and that was Mike Ross in Arkansas, who had help from Bill Clinton because Clinton had time on his hands.
But Mike Ross had a very strong personal campaign.
Fair enough. Was that in the back of your mind at all this summer, that scenario where 2000, a promising cycle, and boy, at the end, you lose the White House and you don't get back the House?
No, because we thought we won the White House, quite frankly, in 2000. But no, what was on my mind was the future.
Yeah.
That's what elections are about, is the future.
Yeah.
And that we would win. But that year, since you mentioned it, we needed 7 seats to win the House. 7 seats. I told the National Democrats, I had been raising money for them since I came to Congress, but I had no say. I couldn't say, we need a poll here, we need a mailer here, we need a whatever. They just took the money and did what they did. So I said, that's interesting. You go do that. We'll raise money for you in California for you to spend the rest of the country. But we're going to control our own money in California. I'll give you 4 seats. I'll give you 4 seats. They need 7. I'll give you 4 seats. The day of the election in California, this is so self-serving. Let me put up a self-serving sign.
Never, never.
Self-serving. I'll give you 4 seats. The day of the election, the morning of that election, in California, we had 21 Democrats and 21 Republicans.
Right.
Okay. No, excuse me, 26 Democrats and 26 Republicans. That night, after the election, we went from 26 to 31 Democrats,
Right.
21 Republicans.
Right.
And we were like, well, we've won the House.
Yeah.
We've given them 5,
Right.
not 4. We gave them 5
Yeah.
Democrats.
Wasn't enough.
All they did was win 1, and they lost in the rest of the country. So then it was, we've got to win this. You know, there's just no. But that was a running start to have a margin of 10 in California. Now we have 40 Democrats and 12 Republicans. And in this election, we'd like to get them down to single digits.
I was going to ask you about that. Does the House majority go through California this time around?
Well, the House majority doesn't exist without California. We have, what, a 28-vote margin in California.
But I mean the flips.
New York, I think, mostly. Because
New
New
York
York,
mostly,
in the
yeah.
last election, remember in the last election, they said the wise guys said we were going to lose 30 or 40 seats. We're like, what are you talking about? You don't have any idea what you're talking about. We are on the ground.
Right.
We are ground creatures.
And you lost very few, but it was all New York, right, last time?
5 seats in New York.
Yeah, what happened last time in New York, do you think?
Well, I think it related to the gubernatorial race.
The governor's race, yeah. Have you spoken with Governor Hochul about making sure that this time around you're in better shape?
No, I've spoken to the future Speaker, Hakeem Jeffries.
About it?
No.
And he feels confident that this time around New York's going to...
Yes, as recently as this morning.
Yeah, what'd he say?
You'll have to ask him.
He's not here right now. You are, Speaker. Hakeem, oh, sorry, he's not here. So what'd he say?
Well, we're optimistic about our races.
About New York, yeah.
And we
yeah.
will mobilize to win on the ground. We'll message progressive, bold, but non-menacing, unifying to the country, and we will have the money, the 3 M's, mobilization, message, money.
I read somewhere that one of those freshmen from New York, one of the Republican freshmen, I think he's an Italian-American, I think came up to you and said, we'd love to have you come to the Sons of Italy dinner or something like that. And you said, I'm not going to come to your dinner. I want to beat you. Is that true? Is that true?
Not exactly that way. It is true that I had other plans for dinner.
Okay.
Like a hot dog at home.
Your sock drawer had to be rearranged that
But
night.
I have told him on a number of occasions that to prepare for defeat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But here's the thing. Well, of course, we all love to have more Italian Americans in the country.
Yeah.
Democrats. And before, when we had, shall we say, our commonality of interest, our shared values, it wasn't that we were sharing values with people who were toadies to Donald Trump.
Yes.
We had people who were true to their constituents, who were representatives of their district.
Yeah.
So it's a little different now. But anyway, let's talk about Kamala Harris. We're going forward. This is going to be a great election.
Well, speaking of the House, we're joined by Dan Kildee from Michigan, the pride of Flint. We should say hello to him.
Hi, Dan.
One of those retirees, though. You got to hold that seat. Are you going to in Michigan?
That's the plan. Actually, I was there last Wednesday at the invitation of the governor, and the spirit was high and the rest. Dan, I was with him yesterday to honor him in the Michigan delegation for his service. This has been a remarkable person. He came to Congress well known to us because his uncle,
Dale
Kildee,
yeah.
had been a member for many, many years,
Yes.
a really progressive, wonderful Democrat. And then when Dan came,
Yeah.
right from day one,
Yeah.
with all the respect and the name of Kildee, he made his...
He got on Ways and Means, too.
He was effective from the start, of course, Ways and Means. But not only that, if you could have seen how he represented the people of Flint.
Yeah.
He brought us all there.
Did he ask you to get on Ways and Means, or did you offer it to him?
Well, it's always sort of a combination.
Yeah. Did you try to get him not to retire this time around?
Well,
Try to talk him out of
that's
it?
a personal decision, and he knows I respect him.
Did she? Talk you out of retiring this time around?
No.
All right, okay.
He was ready. He was ready, but he may be retiring, but his legacy lives on in the Congress, and he taught so many people. This is a foul deed that was literally and figuratively on the people of Flint in terms of the water.
Yes.
And so he's coming in to ask for money for the water, the this or that. But not only that, he had hearings about what that was doing to the brains of these children and what doctors said they had to have in nutrition. A place like that doesn't have a big produce market every few blocks.
So, Speaker, let's stay on the House for 1 second. So what's the best case scenario for the House this fall? How many seats could Democrats pick up, do you think? What's the best case?
Well, under the leadership of Susan Delbene, who is our chair of the committee, the campaign committee, and the leadership of Hakeem, who's wonderful, Catherine Clark, Pete Aguilar, Ted Lieu, the leadership.
Yes.
They're all top-notch, fabulous, policy-oriented.
So what's the best case?
For the people.
Yes.
Politically astute to get the job done. So we
20
need
seats?
5 to
No.
We need 5 to win.
Yeah.
But I want more. So we'll see what that.
Could you get 20?
Well, you never know. We'll just
Never
see.
know.
We'll just see. But I don't see.
Let's talk.
I have the luxury now of not being the speaker or the leader, so I don't have the responsibility to give you a guess.
Yes.
I can just say.
But you have the freedom to give me a guess now because you don't have those burdens, and you're not. So let's talk about your fellow Californian, Kamala Harris. Does she, do you think, get underestimated? Do her political skills get underestimated? Or have they been the last few years because she was not really a creature of Washington? She was new to D.C.?
Not by us in California. First of all, they always underestimate women. It's a thing, it's a thing. But to their peril. But in any event, when Kamala ran for a district attorney, she ran against the incumbent. Her boss.
Right.
She ran against her. It took great political astuteness to win that race. When she ran for attorney general in the state, she was behind. It was a very, very tough race.
Yeah.
But she was very clever in how she kind of wanted to be everybody's sort of second choice thing before we had the second choice balloting. And then she won that. That was a very big deal.
Yes.
So
and a tough year, 2010.
A very tough year.
Yeah.
But and then of course the general. But the primary was very hard, though.
Right, sure, first.
So what I say of her, of knowing her for so long, personally, I know her as a person of great faith. That faith takes her to being involved in the community, caring for people and the rest. Officially, she's very strong. She knows the policy.
Yeah.
She knows the strategy.
Yes.
She knows all of that. And she's eloquent in speaking about it, as you will see further tonight, but have seen. Politically, she's very astute.
Is she a moderate or a progressive?
Well, I think of her as a Democrat, and Democrats are part moderate, part progressive. It depends on what the issue is. But I think that no one has anything to be concerned about where you govern from. Where you run from in a primary may not be where you govern from.
Will she govern from the center next year?
You have to.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to. That's
why?
Because that's where the public is. I keep saying my members. For 20 years, I was leader or speaker, and I still call them my members.
Yes.
But my
That's okay.
members.
We'll allow it.
Okay.
It's okay.
Right, Dan, I'm just my members. Take it. But their job title and their job description are one and the same, representative.
Yeah.
So I represent San Francisco, and I say to my constituents, not everybody represents San Francisco. And when I visited Michigan last week, at the governor's so sensational. She'll speak tonight. It'll be spectacular. But when I was there with her, I said to them, I say, bless you, in my district, I say, what works in Michigan works in San Francisco. What works in San Francisco might not work in Michigan, and we must win Michigan. We must win electoral college state.
How can she convey to the public that she will, in fact, govern from the center, like you said?
Well, you listen to what she says.
Yeah.
I mean, in other words, people who run for president of the United States, vice president of the United States, and isn't Tim Walz, aren't we so proud of him? We know firsthand how great he is in the House. 12 years. They are themselves. Be yourself. Take it where you want to take it. What is your vision, your values, what's in your heart of concern for people? What happens in terms of policy is about the Congress of the United States, the United States Senate, the United States House. For the election, though, you be you, put out your message. We will do the ground, own it, get out the vote, message non-menacingly, and have the resources for you to win.
You mentioned gender a minute ago, and part of the reason why she's underestimated is because of her gender. I was curious, do you think her gender helps her or hurts her in this campaign?
Here's what I think. Thank you for asking. I think that Kamala Harris is, again, policy-wise and values strong, politically astute to win this election. She happens to be a woman, and that is icing on the cake. But people want, but it's not, people want to know, what does your presidency mean to me at my table? So I think that you will see her just as she does. She talks about the kitchen table issues, what we're going to do to lower costs for people, whether it's groceries or child care, whether it's home health care, whether it's housing, whether it's security, whether we're talking about the border in the neighborhoods in terms of guns and the rest. She will. I'm so excited about it because I know she knows the calibration. Hey, Dan, how many times have we seen members of our House be very one way when they're in the House? Very conservative, maybe, more than the rest.
Like, say, Tim Walz, for example.
No, well, I'll get to Tim in a minute. Some who shall be nameless right now who are in the Senate, they're very conservative in the House because they represent a conservative district. Then they won statewide, and whoa, they're out there. It doesn't mean they change their values. They change their representation. They change their.
And so what you're saying is that she reflected California's values when she was a senator and the Biden administration's values, and now she's going to reflect a different set of values for the country, right? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not sure how I interpret your inference to be drawn from when you said California values.
Well, more progressive, right?
Well, we are progressive and successful and getting things done.
But the country at
for
large,
the American people.
It's more in the center. You said it yourself.
Well, when you're in the Congress and you pass these bills, look at this, what this Joe Biden did. Right from day one, came in and passed the American Recovery Act. America, child tax credit, taking 50% of your children out of poverty. That's a progressive idea.
Speaker, are there issues where she ought to sort of stake out her own path and consider separating herself from President Biden?
That's up to her. I don't think there's a political reason to do so.
You don't?
But I think that she...
Even on Gaza?
Well, you have to be true to yourself. And that's what I keep saying. Be yourself. There's nobody like any of you in the history of the world. You are you. You're individual. You're authentic. You're sincere. You're just, it's so remarkable. So she has to project her own authenticity and, of course, shared values with Joe Biden, shared vision for our country, so different from the other person, and as she makes a judgment about the day-to-day on issues, that's completely up to her.
There's another Californian, obviously, who was widely seen as running for the presidency someday, and that's Governor Gavin Newsom, who I know you're very fond of, and have known since literally he was a newborn.
I knew him before he was born.
Before he was born. We'll keep it. Yeah, you can use
No, but I
imagination.
knew him when his family was,
Getting married, yeah.
yes, getting married and hoping for this
Yeah.
beautiful boy.
So, and obviously, he's now a two-term governor of California. Do you think he could be an asset in President Harris's administration? And if so, what role do you think he could play?
You'll have to ask him about his career path.
I have.
Well,
It was disrupted last month.
but he's remarkable. This is a person, and we take great pride. Look at California. The first woman Speaker of the House, California. The first woman to become President of the United States, California. Because California lets you be who you are.
Sure.
My constituents is liberal as progressive as my district is, liberal, whatever we're calling it.
Yeah.
They gave me the latitude
Yeah.
to be the Speaker in the Congress for the country, and that's what will happen for her. As far as Gavin is concerned, he's brilliant, he's knowledgeable, he's visionary, he's values-based, he's, what's the word I'm looking? He gets the job done, he's operational.
Yeah.
But this is an extraordinary
Do you feel bad for him?
talent.
Do you feel bad for him?
But I do.
Do you feel bad for him?
No,
You don't?
no. No, I don't feel bad for him. I don't think he feels bad for himself. He's the governor of California. He's the governor of California. No, I feel proud for him, you know. And I see him in action because so many of the things that we have done. For 20 years, I have looked out for California's well-being because, you know, there's been this ABC, anything but California, so sometimes the members were...
Does that still have an impact that a California liberal or San Francisco values the famous Gene Kirkpatrick line from the 80s? Is that still an impediment, do you think, to Kamala Harris this fall?
I certainly hope not. But it doesn't...
How could she overcome that, Ralph?
Let's put it this way. We have two different visions of America.
Yeah.
We have a president who has just very selflessly passed the baton, who produced 16 million jobs.
Yes.
Versus this other guy who's running, who had the worst job record of any president since Herbert Hoover.
Right.
Okay. We have a party with a vision and a president who, again, helping the middle class. This guy did one thing, that other one in the other party, one thing when he was president, and he had the majority in the Congress.
Yes.
A tax bill that benefited, the top 1% and added with a T, trillion dollars to the national debt. So we're talking about different values.
Yes.
It's not a question of
But it's
one
the
thing or
current
another. It's a question of the future of our country and the contrast.
But it's the current president, who's a Democrat, who's currently miffed at you, and obviously has not called you back. Does it bother you that he's upset at you?
Well,
bother you?
See, I'm not the leader or the speaker anymore. When I was, we spoke more regularly. And now we haven't spoken for a few weeks, but that would not be unusual.
But there's been reporting, he's been pretty plain about this himself, that he's upset at you. Does that bother you that your friend's upset at you?
What bothers me would have been the re-election of Donald Trump as President of the United States. That's what bothers me. And that's what bothers me, and I think that would bother him. But
There you have it.
But we have a lot in the bank with each other in terms of our Catholicism, our dedication to democratic values and vision for our country and the rest.
Do you and Paul plan to have he and Jill to Napa or maybe SF next year for dinner? Can you envision that?
Our plans would not have changed for what we might have done otherwise. No.
So he's still welcome at the Pelosi home.
Are you kidding me?
He is, right?
Joe Biden is welcome any place he wants
Mr. President,
to go.
you heard it.
But let's not go there. We really have.
Pick up the phone, Mr. President. Call her back.
What I want to say to all of you is we're very euphoric now. Everybody's excited. I just got on my phone a message from one of our candidates in the Midwest saying, my fundraising has gone up 300%,
Yeah.
my volunteers 150%, all of that, my polls are good, all
There
of
you go.
this, I can
You're
win
rocking.
this. And that is, so that's good.
Yeah, yeah.
But that's today.
Yes.
Now what we have to do is
What's ahead of
turn
you.
that
Yeah.
into a victory.
Yeah.
And that takes work. The word is a campaign.
Yeah.
It's a campaign.
Yeah.
So when you talk about this, that, and the other thing, what the other side may say about Kamala, this, that, or the other, we don't agonize, we organize to get the job done.
Yeah.
And it takes work, and it takes every minute. Some of my mottos are, resting is rusting. And we just have to spend no wasted time, no underutilized resources, and no regrets the day after the election that we could have walked one more precinct in a
Yeah.
electoral college state, some difference, because this is all, a lot of it's close. We just came out of the Olympics. Gold, silver, bronze, honored to be an Olympian
Yeah.
within 1 second. This is all close.
It's a margins game. It's a margins game. Have you spoken to Kamala Harris since she became the nominee?
Since last night? What was
No. Since President Biden dropped out.
Yes.
You have.
I don't know what you're saying, but
Yeah. Since President Biden dropped out, you talked to her. And did she ask you for advice about about what she should?
Everybody knows about me. Be yourself.
Yeah,
Just
right.
have the confidence in you.
Yeah.
That is your authenticity. That is where your comfort level is. That is where your success will spring from. But we will be on the ground
Helping out.
in the messaging and all the rest.
Do you think that the country has appreciably changed since 2016 when it comes to women in power?
I think that Hillary Clinton was the best prepared person to be nominated for president until her time. Better than
Sure.
her husband, he would have admitted. She was Secretary of State. She was a United States Senator, all that. Better than Obama, and he has admitted that
Yeah.
in terms of his, better than George Bush. I don't know whether
Yeah.
he would admit that or not, but nonetheless. Not the father Bush, I'm talking about the son. So of that generation. And she did win for, it's no use relitigating an election, but she didn't win. She didn't win the election, but she won the campaign.
Right.
She showed women you can get out
Right,
there, you can
right.
do this and all of that.
It made it easier for today.
She has
Yeah.
blazed a trail.
Yeah,
She has
yeah,
blazed a
yeah.
trail. So yes, I think it's easier. But as I said, if I'm a struggling homemaker, say, tell me how it's going to help my life and
Yeah.
how I can afford to raise
Yeah.
my family.
Right.
Or you can tell me you should vote for me because I'm a woman. Let's talk about reducing cost, expanding liberty, and
Yeah.
the rest. Talking about Roe v. Wade. Oh, I have to tell you one more thing. So Roe v. Wade, when we put the bill on the floor to enshrine it into the law, of course no Republicans voted for it. That's what they believe. Okay. Then I put down a bill that said women have a right to contraception.
Yes.
Some of the members said, you're letting these guys off the hook. They're going to look sane after voting against Roe v. Wade. Don't you worry about that. 8 Republicans voted for women to have a right to contraception. 195 Republicans voted against women having the right to contraception. So we just have to make sure people know.
Yeah.
And again, what it means, because contraception isn't kitchen table issue. It's an economic issue. It's a freedom issue.
One of the things last year when you were considering whether or not to run for re-election that we talked about was the possibility of the former president, who you call, what's his name, coming back to power. I know that weighed on you, and that you wanted to see out 2024 and run for re-election yourself to ensure that you could do your part to keep him out of the White House again. If Kamala Harris does win, do you feel like that's a mission accomplished for you and your career, that Trump was defeated once again and he's gone and you've elected Kamala Harris? Is that a mission accomplished moment for you?
I don't think much about that. What I think about is putting one good day in front of another to elect Kamala Harris. Not about my plans, but about America's plans.
The day will come, though, at some point where you will, in fact, retire.
Oh, and maybe I will, and maybe we'll come together. You may be early to know or not so early to know.
Wow. It could depend on my next question. Which is, when that day does come and you do retire, do you want to see your daughter Christine run for your seat?
I'm not here to talk about that, nor have Christine and I talked about that. But stay focused on the election at hand.
Okay.
And I say that because a lot of people are already running for other offices beyond this election. And I said the best thing you can do for your election next year is to fight hard to win, for the Democrats to win this election this year. I've been thinking about being a stand-up comedian. I've been thinking about being a dessert consultant. I don't see enough chocolate in the restaurants and all this.
What's your best stand-up material? Is there one joke that you already have in your repertoire that you want to try out today?
No, not necessarily. Today, I'm talking about winning the election.
Okay.
Winning the election. But I coach basketball on the side, too.
Coach basketball on the side.
Yes, I do.
You taught Steph Curry how to shoot, right?
Well, here's what I say.
Who's he play for again? Steph
When
Curry?
in doubt.
Lakers?
When in doubt, I have a couple basketball things. I do a little football and baseball, too, but here's the basketball thing if you want a closer.
Yeah.
When in doubt, shoot.
Okay. Okay.
And always be in doubt.
I like that. Okay. Final question for you, because I don't have time to get to my question about the Phil Burton political coaching tree, which is similar to the Bill Walsh coaching tree, two great San Franciscans.
Yeah, but Phil was not my coach. Leo McCarthy.
Well, this is a whole different story, I know, about Leo McCarthy was the former lieutenant governor of California. And
Speaker of the House.
And Speaker of the House, right. The last question I have for you is something that I actually asked your friend, speaking of San Franciscans, the former Mayor Willie Brown. I said, Mayor, what's the one sentence that you would like to be remembered for as sort of your political legacy? And Mayor Brown shot back, didn't serve any time, which is a classic.
He may have taught that to the other guy.
It's tempting to end on that note right there. But let me ask you, though, what's the one sentence Nancy Pelosi political legacy? Sum it up for me.
Well, there's nothing that compares to providing tens of millions of people access to quality, affordable health care. So I always have to say the affordable health care. And that other guy says Obamacare sucks.
Yeah.
Without going into that terminology too further,
yes.
But Obamacare cures. To me, that is the purpose. My whole purpose was for the children. I went from housewife to House member to House Speaker for the children, and my legacy is what we are leaving for the children. Healthcare is very important in all that as well.
Healthcare it is. Speaker Nancy Pelosi, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. As we proceed with our programming, how about it for Speaker Pelosi? Jonathan Martin, thank you very much. Excellent programming. We're going to continue on very quickly with the rest of our programming today. We still have a governor, a couple senators, a former presidential candidate himself to go. So if you're watching at home and here, just to remind you, coming up, we do have, after our executive conversation, we have Senator Debbie Stabenow, Representative Nikki Budinsky, we have Representative Benny Thompson, former January 6th committee chair. From California, Senator LaFonza Butler. She was, going to talk a lot about Harris and what she knows and what she can reveal in her conversations. And then finally, again, Pete Buttigieg to close out the grill in the 3 o'clock hour before we head into our evening programming at the final day of the event. So, if you could get your coffees, grab your snacks, find your new seats. We appreciate you sticking around for the rest of the afternoon. I know you made it through security. You might as well stay, right? I know how it goes. Well, thank you very much for that. And without further ado, we'll be proceeding with our programming. Thank you, everybody.
Please welcome Politico's Vice President of Client Partnerships, Heidi Sommer, and Bayer's Senior Vice President and Head of Crop Science and Sustainability Communications, Jessica Christensen.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the last day of programming at the CNN-POLITICO Grill here at the DNC. Thank you so much for being with us, and for those of you who've been with us throughout the week. I'm really thrilled today to be here with our partner, Bayer, who is making this conversation today possible. Joining me is Jess Christensen. Jess is Senior Vice President and Head of Crop Science and Sustainability Communications. She is also a member of the Crop Science Executive Leadership Team for Bayer. Jess, thank you so much for being here today.
It is wonderful, and nothing like following Nancy Pelosi, right? I mean, this should be a breeze. It's going to be no problem, right? Amazing.
So Jess, we are going to be talking all about agriculture today. We had the pleasure of connecting at the RNC for a similar conversation. But for this crowd, I'm going to just set the scene briefly, and then we'll dive in. But as we're thinking about food production, we know that process, it's becoming more difficult, it's expensive, it's leading to higher prices for consumers. Something we're going to unpack is the impact on farmers, rising costs, fertilizer shortages, severe weather, climate, so many different challenges to tackle in this space. And against that backdrop, I would just love for you to share first a bit more about Bayer, the work that you're doing in this space. There's an incredible body of work that you're focused on with the future of agriculture, regenerative agriculture. Tell us about Bayer's work in that space, but also tell us more about what you are hearing in your work and from the farmers on the ground and the impacts that this is having.
Yeah. First of all, Bayer is a company. We have 3 divisions. So we have a consumer health, so the Bayer aspirin. A lot of people know aspirin, vitamins, nutrients. We have a pharmaceuticals division that works on everything from oncology to Parkinson's research, which as somebody that just recently lost her father to early onset Parkinson's, I'm super hopeful that we're going to find a cure soon. And I work for crop science. So the crop science division, what we're really focused on is helping farmers produce more while restoring the planet. And how we're going to do that is by scaling regenerative ag. So we're a global company, and scale's really going to be important to combat some of the climate issues that we know are upon us. So our farmers are amazing, amazing people. And if you've never, I always say this everywhere I go, if you have not visited a farm, you should. It's pretty incredible, right? So we're in Illinois right now. We have lots of farmers here, but there's farmers that grow everything from tomatoes to corn to soybean to wheat to rice to it's an incredible community. Farmers are very tech savvy. They are some of the best environmentalists ever. Many of them will tell you that because they have to live off the land. It's very important to them. But challenges, as you're saying, Heidi, first of all, really, it's about their return on investment. They have to have financial stability. And that's extremely difficult when you're thinking about global markets. You have commodity price fluctuations that are sometimes, out of our control, sometimes in, but maybe it's a political unrest. Think about the wars of late, unfortunately. Weather events, tornadoes, hurricanes. In the Midwest a few years ago, we had derecho winds that flattened a ton of crops. So they have all this stuff happening. There's increased weeds, insect, disease pressure. So that's why innovation's so important to them. But you think about weeds and you're like, okay, like a dandelion, I'm just gonna go pull that up. No, these are like massive weeds, like feet and feet tall, root systems like a tree that produce millions of seeds every season, right? So it's super challenging for farmers. So, they don't know if it's gonna be too hot, too cold, too wet, too dry. And then, one of their other big concerns is really about passing on the farm. And so as we think about needing to really attract young, diverse talent into agriculture, that's weighing heavy on our farmers' minds right now. They want farming to be here in the future. They're very proud of the lifestyle of farming, but they also want to have security for their children, if their children are going to take it over. So I had the pleasure of being in Brazil recently and met with the Vick family, and really cool family, and the two daughters are taking over the farm that their mother was born on, and really trying some different practices there as far as regenerative agriculture. So it's really good to see more women, more people of color in this industry. I mean, we're really creating a more diverse market, which is super, super critical. But having a return on investment at the end of the day has to be there, or farmers can't persist, and we will have a massive problem when it comes to food security, food and nutrition security.
With everything you're saying, there's such a balance that needs to be struck between this idea of ROI and productivity, but then also, when we think about the climate and we think about sustainability for next generations, as you're talking about, one of the things you and I have connected on is that crop protection tools play a huge role in this. And we're going to talk about that more, but just lay the groundwork for us a bit as it relates to crop protection tools. What role does that play in generative agriculture? And what do you think might be hampered if we have further regulation of these products? Or how would that further regulation impact those developments?
No, it's a great question, and I'll back up and talk about the term regenerative agriculture. I get a lot of questions like, well, what do you mean by that? Regenerative ag is not a new term, and the reality is that it doesn't have one definition. And I don't want us to get hung up on definitions, because then we won't move and we won't have action. And it will take collective action across big companies like Bayer, public entities, governments, small startups. It's going to take all of us to move as quick as we need to move to combat climate change. And so when we think about regenerative ag, it's about outcomes. Every farm field is different. And so really, but the outcomes we're trying to drive is the farmer productivity and well-being, climate mitigation, think about greenhouse gases, carbon, sequestration and avoidance, water conservation and quality, and soil health just underpins it all, right? So modern innovation and innovation in ag is really critical to drive those things, including crop protection. And I know that can be a controversial thing sometimes, right? People are like, well, I don't know, how is crop protection helping? But to give you an example, if you think about herbicides and seeds that have traits that enable the spraying of herbicides, that actually allows a farmer not to have to till to get rid of weeds. And so no-till is a big driver of slowing down carbon emissions in agriculture. You think about tools, pesticides, and again, partnered with the seeds and the traits that actually enable you to target certain insects at the right time. And without crop protection tools, a farmer's productivity would be at risk of over 80% loss. Even with crop protection tools, a farmer can lose up to 40% yields because of insects and weeds and diseases. So this is a big challenge, and it's one of the main things. I was meeting with Harold, he's the president of the National Corn Growers Association here in the US, and he's also a farmer in southern Minnesota. And he said, we've got to have more tools in the toolbox. We need access to more pesticides that are safe, effective, and at a good price. He always has to ask for a good price, of course. But yeah, I mean, I think that's really, really key, is having choice. No matter what kind of farmer you are, I think they need a suite of choices to combat all these challenges.
I want to go deeper on the ROI piece that you were talking about. As we think about balancing, the right incentives, the right financial incentives, you and I have talked a lot about the fact that you can be climate smart and it can also still be economically smart.
Yep.
And so when we think about what stakeholders, policymakers, industry leaders can do, what do you think are some of the areas where there can be some common ground? What are the incentives, new technologies that could actually help propel this at scale?
Yeah, and it's, when you think about policymakers, I think it's common sense, fit for purpose regulations and policies. And they need to be predictable and consistent. So we're a heavily regulated industry, as we should be. It needs to be transparent. It needs to have good science behind products to get registered. It can take, 12 years or more to get a new crop protection product to the market, from discovery to market. So we really need to have consistency there. And we need to make sure that if a regulatory body approves a product, that it can't be counteracted by the litigation industry or others when it's not science-based, when there's not a real purposeful cause for those lawsuits. And so, not saying that people shouldn't have their day in court, because that's one of the good things about living in America, is that we can have our day in court if we need to. But it's really important to have fact-based science regulation. So that, to me, is absolutely critical from a policymaker standpoint. We need that consistency. And that does not matter if you're a Democrat or a Republican. This is not a political stance, not at all. This is a human need. We need to produce more food with less. That's pure and simple. So we have, we're trying to enable our farmers to produce 50% more feed, fuel, and fiber by 2050, because that's what the FAO says we're going to need due to population growth. So we need to do that in the smartest way possible. Scale is going to be important. So, we have innovations all over the world, and it is a global market. So if you think about corn, we're sitting in the Midwest, so we have a new corn system that we're rolling out that it's pretty exciting, Pression Smart Corn. It's short corn. And everybody is always like, what do you mean by short corn? So again, if you go in a cornfield, it's 10, 12 feet high stalks. This corn is about 7 feet. That means you can plant more per acre. You can have access season long, so you can actually be prescriptive with fertilizers and or insecticides and other pesticides. And the root system is such that it stands up to those strong winds and some of the storms and climatic changes. So if you have that with a cover crop that actually can kind of hold the soil in place, we've invested in some cover crop technology. It's actually a cash oil seed that actually acts as a cover crop called covercress. That can be used for sustainable aviation fuel. So a farmer can get revenue for the harvested part, keep this root structure in place, and then you rotate it with soybeans, right? So if you think about systems that are good for the soil and the planet, they have to be profitable. It is not one or the other. It cannot be, because then farmers will not adopt it and we won't go to scale.
One of the pieces that you mentioned, you alluded to this earlier, and we've talked about that it can take 12 years from commercialization, concept to commercialization. And it can cost up to $325 million. Help put into context, why is that process so cumbersome? I think, as we've discussed, that process is at risk of getting even more complicated than it already is. So why is that current process so complicated, and what do you think could better promote faster innovation in that space?
Yeah, so the process is complicated because, it should be, right? You need to make sure that the products are efficacious, they're doing what you're going to claim they're going to do for our farmers at the end of the day, but you also have to make sure they're safe. We do a battery of studies, and some that are required, and we go above and beyond even by our own standards as a company. And so when you're going through those studies, that's human health, that's environmental health, non-target organisms. I mean, it's a whole suite of studies that takes years and years. And then those studies have to go to the regulatory agencies. So you have to get them approved at the EPA to sell in this country. And then once it's at the EPA, then you have to go to each and every state you want to sell. So then the state has their own process too. So it takes quite a while to get through the gamut of studies. the other thing we're really working on, and it's super cool, is just how we discover differently. So, AI is a big topic everywhere. We have an R&D engine that's incredible, and it's really what sets us apart to really churn this funnel of innovation at the speed we need to combat some of the challenges we have. So how do you discover crop protection differently? Well, you can have an AI model that you can actually design models to fit perfectly for one target. So it really should help with the safety aspects, and actually you could target sustainability areas too. So that you want to stay away from the ones you don't want to hurt, and you want to help in areas that maybe we wouldn't have been able to discover in before. So we're also investing over $2 billion a year in our R&D engine. So it's an impressive space.
So Jess, as we're winding down today, I want to understand from your perspective, you have such a unique outlook and experience with these farmers on the ground. You've seen that human side of this. As you take that back to policymakers, what do you need from them? What do you need them to understand about this, and how can they help better meet those demands for what we know is an incredibly evolving climate and population?
Yeah, I mean, I would be remiss if I did not say, please progress the Farm Bill, right? I mean, that's a very obvious one that our farmers really need that predictability so they can start planning for 2025 season. And then again, that predictable, rigorous but predictable and consistent process, so that no matter if you're a Bayer crop science at the beginning of the chain or you're a consumer at the end of the chain, you know what to expect from the food and produce that you're buying. So it's really, really critical if we're going to, again, produce enough while restoring the planet and really, scaling this more worldwide for access.
You used the word fit for purpose policy earlier, so I think that's the perfect note to end on today, Jess.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you so much, Jess, for joining us. Thank you to Bayer for their partnership, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Please welcome Politico's Congress reporter for E&E News, Emma Dumaine, and Illinois Representative Nikki Budzinski.
Hello. Who are you? I am Emma Dumaine, as you were just informed. This is Congresswoman Nikki Budzinski. We are so happy to have you.
Thanks for having me, Emma. Yeah.
So I want to tell everyone about you. Congresswoman Budzinski is a first-term House member, but she has a long history in Democratic politics, and specifically in bringing together the climate movement and the labor movement. She was Hillary Clinton's labor director in the 2016 campaign, where she met one of her mentors, who you might be familiar with. His name is John Podesta, who, as we know, is now the top advisor in the White House for IRA implementation and international climate policy. She also played a big role in helping Illinois, the state we're all in, pass the Climate and Equitable Jobs Act, which is this landmark legislation that required buy-in from unions that were needed to get on board with making sure that the clean energy transition facilitated by this piece of legislation incorporated union jobs and provided necessary workforce training. So on Capitol Hill, you'll see her on the House Agriculture Committee, and she also leads the House Sustainable Energy and Environment Coalition's Clean Jobs Task Force. So it's quite a resume, and we're going to get started. So tonight, obviously, Kamala Harris is going to formally accept the nomination for president.
Yeah.
You worked on the last presidential campaign where a woman, Hillary Clinton, was the lead on the ticket. I'd love to ask how you think, and do you think attitudes have changed about women in politics from last time to this current moment?
Yeah, I think, as now a woman elected official, we all, each of us, stand on the shoulders of the women that have come before us, right? And so I think what's so special and historic about Kamala Harris's nomination tonight is not just that she's the first woman, the woman of color that is going to be our nominee as president, is that she too, like all of us, really stand on the shoulders of other great women, whether it's Shirley Chisholm or whether it's Hillary Clinton, Geraldine Ferraro. There were a lot of fantastic women leaders that really helped pave that way. And so I think that, I think as time has evolved, I think her uniquely being our first female vice president, I think has really well equipped her for the experience that she's going to need to be an effective president. I think also the fact that she has really excellent statewide experience, being an elected attorney general from California, being a United States senator from California. This is a woman that has a lot of experience and knowledge in how the federal government operates. And so I think that also helps because, we always talk about breaking that glass ceiling. And certainly having had the opportunity to work for Hillary Clinton, she put a million cracks in that glass ceiling. But I do think that Vice President Harris is going to finally be the woman that breaks through.
I also want to ask you about your work in getting a new national monument designated, which is actually no small feat. To have the president use his executive authority to protect a historic piece of land rather than have it go through the legislative process. And that's the site of the 1908 Springfield race riot.
Right.
Can you talk about how that ended up coming together? Again, it's not easy to do.
Yeah, thank you, Emma. So this just happened actually last Friday, not even a week ago. I was in the Oval Office with both of our senators, Senator Duckworth and Senator Durbin, who had been working on this issue for quite some time prior to me coming into Congress. And it was a really special, incredibly special moment. Friday of last week marked 41 days. In the community of Springfield, Sonia Massey, national news, was murdered by a deputy sheriff in our community.
Right.
And so to know we are a community grieving, we are a community that still has a lot of progress to still make as it relates to equity and justice and accountability. The fact that we were in the White House then, only 41 days later, to see the President of the United States use the Antiquities Act to memorialize a very important, painful part of our history in Springfield, which was the site of the 1908 race riot. I do want to say, first of all, we did try it legislatively.
Yes.
The Senate did actually get it out of the Senate, but unfortunately, House Republican leadership had made the decision that they're not taking up any type of monument designations like this. And so even though I had a bipartisan co-lead with Congressman Darren LaHood, it was very clear we were not going to be able to get it out of the Natural Resources Committee because of GOP leadership. So we then moved to kind of the second phase, which was because I had had the opportunity to work in this administration prior to running for office. I was the chief of staff at OMB, really leaned on my relationships within the White House to be an advocate for the site of the 1908 race riot, knowing that the president would have this authority under the Antiquities Act to memorialize it into the National Park Service. We got to work on that on day one. And I want to take, if you don't mind, just a minute to talk about also why it is so important. It's important first and foremost to tell a truthful, honest history of all of our communities, and that we have the opportunity to learn from our past, even when it's a painful past, to make sure that we're creating a future that is a more just, a brighter future for everyone. So that is obviously first and foremost very important. But second, out of the tragedy that happened in 1908, a year later in New York, the NAACP was founded because a group of civil rights leaders came together in New York to say, if something like this can happen in Abraham Lincoln's hometown, this can happen anywhere. And we need to do something. We need to mobilize and organize. And out of that came the birth of the largest national civil rights organization, the NAACP.
Right.
So the monument is important for that reason. And I also would mention it's the first time in our country's history that the site of a lynching becomes memorialized as a part of the National Park Service. So that obviously opens the door to other opportunities across the country to memorialize other sites like that.
Right.
And so it was important from a national perspective. a local perspective in Springfield, especially given all of the heavy news and the tragedy that we've recently faced, even just within the last month with Sonia Massey's murder.
Yeah.
So this was a really special moment for us in Illinois, and so grateful to the president for utilizing his ability to do that.
Thank you so much for sharing that perspective
Yeah.
and those inside details on how all of that came together. I want to pivot in the very short amount of time we have left, unfortunately, to the IRA and messaging about the Inflation Reduction Act on the campaign in this political moment. Democrats and climate advocates have been talking about how important it is for the White House and for the purposes of holding the White House and for the purposes of Democrats expanding the majority in Congress, how important it is to lean on the achievements in the Inflation Reduction Act. But a lot of people have also been pretty clear-eyed about the fact that it may not be working the way people are messaging on it. How do you think Democrats are messaging on the IRA, and what do they need to say about it, and how do they need to talk about it to be successful?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think a lot of my constituents in central and southern Illinois probably don't know what the Inflation Reduction Act is. That's kind of DC jargon, right? But when you localize it and you talk about projects that are happening in the district, jobs that are being created, which are happening in central and southern Illinois, my constituents get it. We have one of the largest solar projects, a double black diamond solar project in my district that is going to put hundreds of people to work, is going to power 100,000 homes, which is for when it's fully built. One of the largest projects, only made possible by the Inflation Reduction Act. I serve on the House Agriculture Committee, and I know you're going to get a chance to hear from our wonderful chairwoman of the Senate, Senator Stabenow. I serve on that committee, and one of the more important components of what's being negotiated in that farm bill is conservation. Conservation dollars that are only made possible, additional resources out of the Inflation Reduction Act. Because of the Inflation Reduction Act, we were able to move $14 billion into the Farm Bill for agricultural climate-smart conservation practices. And why that's important, my farmers are taking advantage of that on a daily basis. They have, we have more need than we have funding for conservation programs. And when we're talking about creating new markets for farmers, and farmers get that, creating new markets, we need to be able to utilize conservation dollars to unlock the potential of sustainable aviation fuel for biofuels. We have some of the most fertile soil in the entire country right here in central and southern Illinois. How do we protect that? How do we grow more resilient, climate-resilient crops here in the Midwest? That kind of work is only going to be made possible from dollars out of the Inflation Reduction Act. So I try to more specifically point to what the bill has funded, how it wouldn't have been possible without that, rather than using kind of the jargon of our legislative language of Inflation Reduction Act. It's the same as chips and science. I mean, we've had some great opportunities to bring manufacturing back, but I talk about projects locally, and I think that helps connect with people.
So I think, unfortunately, we have time for one more question. And the question is, it's not a real, I feel like it's not a real, banger of a question to end this, but I want to know how you think implementation of the Inflation Reduction Act is going, and if you think there's room for improvement, particularly how the IRA is being treated in the union and the labor community. I know that's something that you've been sort of a watchdog on as implementation has continued.
Well, I think it's completely true that President Biden has been the most pro-union president probably since FDR. So there are really good labor standards on all of the dollars of the Inflation Reduction Act. So we're not just creating jobs in our community, but we're creating good-paying union jobs, and I think that's been a priority of this administration, and we're seeing that play out. I'm seeing that play out through job opportunities in my district. I think when you ask, though, about implementation, I think that is really where the rubber meets the road, so to speak. I mean, passing the bill is no small task, but the implementation is really where you see effective action and implementation actually really come to fruition. And so I think there are things like, I've been a big advocate for sustainable aviation fuel. The administration put some initial guidance out on 40B. I've been very clear, I think it's a little too restrictive. We need more flexibility as we're looking at those dollars and how farmers can take advantage advantage of tax credits that are a part of the Inflation Reduction Act. So we're leaning on the administration to put out that second iteration of regulation, which is 45Z, which we're hoping is going to create more flexibility, more opportunity. So it's hard to get everything perfect right the first time, but I think you want an administration, and I believe that's what we'll get with Vice President Harris, is one that we can work with as we're continuing to implement. And one of the things that is at stake, I think, in this election is former President Donald Trump would have no interest in continuing the implementation of the Inflation Reduction Act and utilizing these dollars. And so for all the progress we have been able to make since its passage, we would see us again going back on really trying to make the most significant investment in climate and addressing the climate crisis in our country's history. So do we continue? I mean, that's the theme, I guess. Do we continue to go forward, or are we going backwards?
I do want to ask quickly, because we have just one more minute, is 18 Republicans recently signed onto a letter asking their leadership not to touch these suite of clean energy tax credits included in the Inflation Reduction Act as more IRA money has gone into red districts. If Trump wins, if there is a red wave in November, do those Republicans give you hope that maybe that portion of the IRA could be spared?
You said there's 18 of them? So I guess I would take more comfort in knowing if there was more than just 18. I think it's great that there are 18 that are speaking out, and that I can appreciate is not actually easy to do.
Yeah.
But I do think that, I would need to see more of a majority speaking out to really be able to give me any comfort that leadership was going to listen, leadership was going to take really, pay mind and attention to making sure we're protecting those dollars. Right. So. Yeah, well, I'm a little skeptical is all I guess I'd say.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that perspective. A lot of hay has been made about, wow, 18 Republicans, but, depending on the math at the end of the election, we're going to have to see how the margins shape up.
Right.
Unfortunately, that's all we have time for.
Okay.
But it was so great talking to you. Oh, it was so great talking to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Emma.
And stick around. We're going to have Senator Debbie Stabenow joining us in just a moment. Thank you.
Thanks.
Please welcome Michigan Senator Debbie Stabenow.
All right.
All right. Thanks for sticking around, and thanks for making your way out
here.
Yeah. No, sorry I couldn't join you as your escort committee, but thanks for coming out.
Okay. That's okay.
It's a pleasure to have you here today. So, as many of you might know, Senator Stabenow is from the state of Michigan. She has from Michigan. She has been a senator, Democratic senator, since 2001. Before that, she was in the House. I think you came in 1997, correct?
I did.
She was the first woman Michigan ever sent to the Senate.
Yeah.
All right, you've got a fan club here. Since that time, she's risen in the ranks. She's become the chair of the Senate Agriculture Committee, and she's also a member of Senate Democratic leadership. Right now, she's the chairwoman of the Democratic Policy and Communications Committee, which does a lot of the messaging for her caucus. So I want to start with the news of the day question.
Yes.
We have a lot to cover. We're going to start with the news of the day.
Yes.
Tonight, obviously, Vice President Harris is going to formally accept the nomination. It's the culmination of a pretty stunning series of events where you had one torch that was passed down to another. And you're preparing to pass your own torch. You are about to retire at the end of a nearly 25-year career. So I want to know how you're feeling about this moment and this convention and this candidate where you saw a torch pass from one generation of Democratic leadership to another.
Well, it's wonderful to be here with you, and I've been to a lot of conventions. This is incredibly exciting, and in some ways nostalgic for me because this is the last one for me as a senator. So, but I think it's so important that we recognize that moving forward is step by step by step. You know, I think of Hillary Clinton. I remember 2016, how we all felt at the convention and so on, how heartbroken we were at the results, and then horrified afterwards about what happened. But to see Hillary this week, who was brilliant on stage, speak about breaking, the cracks in the glass ceiling and so on. And then to know that she's opened the door for Kamala Harris. She's passing the torch to Kamala Harris. Somebody has to show the face first. Like a president can look like this, look like a woman. Mm-hmm. Somebody on a debate stage for president can look like a woman, and she did that. In my own life, not because I was planning this, but I've been actually in politics a long time in Michigan. And in 1994, as a state senator, I was the first woman to run statewide. I ran for governor, narrowly lost. But the same thing, it was like a face could look like a governor.
Yeah.
And so, but 8 years later, and for Kamala, it's 8 years after Hillary. In Michigan, it was 8 years after I ran. Jennifer Granholm was elected the first governor of Michigan. And then now we have Gretchen Whitmer, who's so terrific. And we have a woman governor, a woman secretary of state, a woman attorney general, senior senator. Somebody asked me, do we allow men to run in Michigan? And I said, only if they're qualified. But the truth is, people have to feel comfortable seeing power as the face of a woman. And we're there now. We're absolutely there now. And so I hope this is going to be about how she's ready to step in. She's ready to go.
Yeah.
She's qualified. She's got the right policy, certainly for Michigan. And this is somebody who will make a great president.
Yeah, so tell me how she's doing in Michigan. Where's your sense of where they stand? And you've won statewide in Michigan yourself. What does she have to do to win that state?
Well, she's doing it. And even before coming in as the presidential candidate, I think this year alone she's been in Michigan 6 times before this even happened. And so she and President Biden both. What we are seeing to win Michigan, it's short-term and long-term. The pieces that have been put together to keep people safe and alive and get away from COVID and kids back to school and all those things that happened. Then we transitioned into how do we create a strong economy, bringing jobs home, rebuilding America, focusing on science, tackling the climate crisis, all these things. Very important, foundation. But what she's doing is the next step as well, which is so important. So how does it working for you and your family right now?
Right.
What does that look like? Affordable housing is critical for people in Michigan. Making sure you not only have a job, but it's a good paying job. Keeping healthcare costs going down. Taking what we've done for the drug companies, taking them on for seniors, and making that available for everybody else. There's a whole range of things that go to your costs right now. Your food costs, your healthcare costs, your medicine, and that's the next step that she's taking.
So, and then another Michigan question, clearly the state's home to this major auto manufacturing economy. The labor force is contending with the transition over to making electric vehicles. EVs have become, sort of this part of really, it's become a culture war issue.
Right.
The way folks are talking about it on the other side of the aisle. What's your sense of where Michiganders stand on the transition to EVs, and how important do you think it is that Vice President Harris is going to have to thread that needle in her campaign?
Well, let me just say, this whole thing is weird. I mean, this is one of the weird things in that moving to clean energy and new jobs has become this big political issue. In my judgment, it is because behind all of this, the oil companies are terrified that we are not going to stay on fossil fuels. And so they've done 50 years of trying to convince people there wasn't a climate crisis, and then now EVs won't work, and just it's on and on and on. And their allies in the House and Senate have done everything they can to try to make sure the consumer tax credit is too complicated to use, that all the things that we've put in place, that we're not doing charging stations as fast as we could. I mean, to undermine people's confidence. There's a whole undermining that in some ways is working. Now I can tell you, I have an EV, Chevy Bolt, made in Lake Orion, Michigan.
All right.
That I love, and haven't gone to a gas station in 2.5 years. And I'm not interested in going back and doing that. And once you realize I've got a charger in my garage in Michigan, but in DC, there's charging stations. Once people really see this, both as a cost savings, as making a contribution to the 30% of the climate crisis, which is transportation,
Right.
but innovation and jobs. And so the other thing I would say is these EVs are going to be driven and bought in Michigan. The question is, will they be Chinese made or American made? Chinese made. Chinese are making them. They've stolen a lot of our patents over the years, I can tell you. But they have leaned in on cheap Chinese vehicles. They're already in Europe. They're trying to come to the United States. So they're going to be new types of vehicles. Are we going to make them in America, or are we going to let China do it? And so this administration says, let's make it in America.
Do you think that message still needs to break through in Michigan, or do you think Michiganders get it?
I think there's still work to do, but it's a whole lot better than it was.
Got it.
We've got battery plants being opened in Michigan. And by the way, when we've done tax cuts for clean energy, they're called production tax credits, which is a very big deal. It's been a big thing that I have focused on. You get the tax cut if you produce it in America. You don't get the tax cut and then you can take the jobs overseas to make it. You get the solar production tax credit, battery production tax credit. We've got 44 new facilities opening in Michigan, most related to clean energy. We haven't seen that in decades. And it's related to a policy of investing in America, growing the middle class, making it in America. I mean, that's the vision. And as people see this, I think there's going to be more and more enthusiasm.
Right. So in the time we have left, I have to ask you about the Farm Bill.
Yeah, what?
I'd be in big trouble if I didn't ask you about the Farm Bill.
I know.
What's going on with the Farm Bill?
I've been involved in 6 Farm Bills, as you know. This third one I've led. It's always bipartisan. We've always been able to keep, partisan politics out of this process, but it's getting harder and harder and harder to do. So I'm doing everything I can before the end of the year. I've put forward my own bill, section by section bill. The House passed a bill. The committee passed a bill. Unfortunately, they passed something that it takes money out of the nutrition title, which we never do, and doesn't, it's skewed to the South, and the Midwest is not happy. If I voted for the House bill, I'd get killed by my commodity groups because wheat, corn, soybeans, everything in the Midwest gets the short end of the stick. So bottom line, we need to sit down and negotiate and be serious. And right now, folks on the Republican side want to spend more money than there is. I'm happy to do that if we can get a bipartisan way to figure that out. CBO says even with nutrition cuts, the House bill has a deficit of $33 billion. And they can't pass it in the House. They can't pass it in the House floor because of that.
Yeah.
So let's get together, agree on the bipartisan way we're going to raise the money. I'm for raising as much as we can to meet the needs of ag. Agriculture needs certainty. We need a bill. Agriculture needs certainty. Families need certainty.
Yeah.
But folks need to understand how you do that. I've been around a long time. I know how you do this. It's a broad coalition of farm folks, family, food, hunger folks, conservation, biofuels, forestry. I mean, and you got to get everybody.
Yeah.
Livestock, and not just your own pet crop that you grow. You have to support all parts of agriculture. And we don't yet see a recognition or willingness to negotiate to do that.
Yeah, so time is running out. Have there been any talks during the recess?
Oh, we talk all the time.
Yeah, you and your counterpart, Senator Bozeman, talk?
Our staffs are talking. We've yet to get anything written down as a proposal. We hear concerns about our bill, but I've had no, on paper, proposals on the other side. So we're trying to say, let's start there We need to do that. It appears they're deferring to the House that doesn't have the votes to pass their bill. And so I keep going, okay, if you're deferring over here and it can't pass, what's your plan B?
Yeah.
Because we need a farm bill. We need a
Yeah.
farmers need a farm bill, families need a farm bill, but it's not just, if they say more farm in the farm bill, but they have a farm bill with more farm in the farm bill for a few. And that's not enough.
So this would be your last farm bill. So what are your top priorities? What don't you want to leave on the table in passing this last farm bill?
Well,
hoping that you can get it done.
Yeah, it's really important we have a 5-year bill, that it is fair for all kinds of crops, that we listen to farmers who say their #1 risk management tool is crop insurance. And not enough, in my opinion, is being done there. We know there's more input costs. We know we need to address costs. I represent a state that has more diversity than any state but California, and we grow a lot of fruits and vegetables, what we call specialty crops, who have, until recently, till I pushed like crazy, were totally left out of the Farm Bill. And so I want to make sure they are getting support. Frankly, we need a moonshot on research in this country, agricultural research. We see a whole range of things coming that relate to the climate that we need to have better tools on. And speaking of the climate, we need to be giving our farmers all the tools that they need around conservation and other tools to continue to be leaders in what we do on carbon sequestration and other issues on the climate. So I want to do that. At the same time, we will be, focus on other issues as they come up. But this is, I don't think we have an economy in our country unless somebody makes something and somebody grows something. That's what we do in Michigan. And the agricultural economy, food industry, production, and so on, is a huge part of the jobs in this country. And we may not think a lot about it when you go to the grocery store, but somebody actually grew that food. It didn't magically appear. And so we need to understand that and have the best support for them that we can.
Well, we'll all be watching and waiting and seeing what happens with the Farm Bill between now and the end of the year. Unfortunately, it's all the time we have for, but I so enjoyed our conversation.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much for being here with us. Senator Stabenow.
My pleasure.
Please welcome Politico's congressional reporter, Nicholas Wu, and Mississippi Representative Benny Thompson.
All right, hey everyone. Mr. Thompson, it's a pleasure to have you on the Politico stage today. Congressman Benny Thompson is the top Democrat on the House Homeland Security Committee and is a familiar face to me and many others in this room for his role as the chair of the January 6th Select Committee. Mr. Thompson, so glad to have you here today to talk and answer some questions. A much different change of pace than us running after you in the halls to ask who you subpoenaed this week.
Yeah, glad to be here.
Let's get started. So I just want to ask a little bit about some of the speeches that we saw last night. All of the speeches last night touched on a lot of the themes that you had pursued with the January 6th committee. We heard from, and we saw that video, saw a lot of the same themes. But are you sure this is something that's going to resonate with voters in November?
Well, I think, first of all, thank you for having me. I'm convinced that what people saw last night reminded them of what happened on January 6, 2021. And you say, oh my goodness, it did happen. Well, I'm here to say that what you saw with your own eyes really happened. And that a president who could weaponize citizens against our great country was something that I thought would never happen. But yet it did, and unfortunately, as some of my comments last night said, it has the potential to happen again. Some of the words that we are hearing coming from former President Trump as to whether or not if he loses the election, the only way he will lose it is it was stolen. We're beginning to hear that kind of verbiage coming from him and some of his surrogates out here, so I'm very concerned about it. I would hope that I'm wrong, but based on what I know that occurred last time, I think it's something we should be very concerned about.
But do you worry that if Trump wins the election, you and other January 6th Select Committee members could be targets of retributive prosecutions, especially given Trump's false claims of illegality?
Well, there's no question about it. There are individuals who are in Congress right now who said that given a chance, Liz Cheney and others of us who served on that committee would clearly be targeted. Right now, we get, some of us get swatted by crazy calls, some of us harassed by a lot of other things, but it goes with the territory. Unfortunately, in America, some of these things at our level, you just have to contend with. But I'm optimistic. I trust the good people of this country that in the end they'll do right. And for a lot of us who've been on the winning and losing side of elections, I never thought in my lifetime that I'd see Americans acting like third world countries when they disagree with the government. And so here we are in the greatest democracy known to man, acting like God knows who.
What do you see as your Select Committee's main legacy, especially if Trump escapes legal consequences and he very well could win the White House this fall?
Well, I think the legacy is that we took a nonpartisan approach to trying to find the facts and circumstances around January 6th. What we did, we assembled a crackerjack staff, went all over the country looking for those facts. We found the electors who were not electors, but who were formed by the Republican Party, and we shared that with DOJ and others, and many of them have been indicted. So I think the work of our committee, the fact that over 85% of the people who testified before the committee were either employees of the administration or card-carrying Republicans. So even in this country, Republicans don't want our government to act that way they were doing under the Trump administration. So I see a way forward for us, but our democracy is very precious, and we have to work at it and not take it for granted. Otherwise, a lot of people of different ilk will be in charge.
If Trump wins this fall, is your committee's work a failure?
No. I think he'll have his day in court. He's been indicted by some of the work that our committee undertook, and he'll have his day in court. What we did prove is no one is above the law, even the President of the United States, even a Supreme Court who talks about immunity. I'm convinced that just because you're a president, you're not king, you're not a czar, and you should know right from wrong. And you can't hide behind the color of law in doing wrong. You look at what happened on January 6th, a majority of people in this country had no idea what January 6th was about until the tweet went out and ultimately said, come to Washington, until that little end part of the tweet that said it's going to be wild. Yeah, you invite me to a peaceful demonstration, and then you tag the end of it saying it will be wild. Well, there was some nefarious activities taking place behind the scenes. A lot of our committee shared with the public, but I'm still convinced that at the end of the day, people still love this country. People will do what's in the best interest of this country. But every now and then, our democracy is put to test. And January 6th was one of those challenges, and I'm glad we survived it. Before January 6th, I would have lost money. That something like that would have never happened, but it did.
Have you spoken to Liz Cheney at all since she left Congress?
We've had a couple of chats. Liz, as you know, has written a book. And I think, first of all, I chose her as my vice chair. I could have picked any other member of the committee, but I thought it was important that a black guy from the South who's Democrat pick a polar opposite to chair the committee to take the perception that it was something against the president. And before that, I had not had really any real engagement with Liz. You know, facts about it, other than meeting in the elevator going to vote, there was no interaction at all. But we've not talked. I know she's busy on the lecture circuit. A lot of people ask me about her. They see her as a champion for what's right. It has nothing to do with party, has nothing to do with trying to stick with the Republican line. She's a great patriot, and in my humble opinion, I don't think we've heard the last of her.
And to shift gears a little bit, I want to ask you about some other more recent events, including the recent assassination attempt on former President Trump. Do you regret proposing a bill to strip Secret Service protection from felonious ex-presidents in light of that attempt?
You know, a president of the United States is the highest office that one can hold in this great country. But that doesn't mean you can break the law. If you are a felon and get convicted, why should the Secret Service protect you in prison? The Department of Correction is challenged to do that. And so it wasn't specifically directed at Donald Trump. But you know, if the shoe fit, you have to wear it. And what happens is we have over 30 people who have Secret Service protection. Jimmy Carter, who's on his deathbed right now, has a Secret Service detail assigned to him. That's just what the law says. So Jimmy Carter, George Bush, Bill Clinton, their family, they all have Secret Service detail. Now, if they go out and break the law and get sent to jail, why should they be entitled to that Secret Service detail? You know, as long as they law-abiding citizens, they keep it. But at the time he was, former President Trump had the assassination attempt, really had nothing to do with him. Secret Service is under the committee that I'm the ranking Democrat on. I've never voted against a budget for the Secret Service. They work night, day, hard, but there were some missteps taken in Butler, Pennsylvania. We'll get to the bottom of it, and we'll fix it. But it's unfortunate, and I look forward to the results of the task force that's looking at it. And if it requires more money and resources to protect the people who are under their charge, we need to do it, plain and simple.
We're almost at time, so just really quickly, from your view on the Homeland Security Committee and your role with the January 6th committee, is the government ready this time for another presidential transition?
Yes, and I tell you why. We've fixed some things since January 6, 2021 occurred. We've plussed up the budget. We've secured the Capitol. We've interfaced how we gather intelligence so that now all those agencies, FBI, state police, park police, DC police, Capitol Police, believe it or not, they're finally sharing information. So if they find out something, then they share it with everyone. The National Guard, it took the National Guard almost 3 hours after they were notified to come to the Capitol to come. We've taken that away now. You call, you come. They were 5 minutes away from the Capitol, but because of the politics of the moment, the Pentagon didn't okay that. We fixed that. Now, there are still some things to go. We need to make sure that our Capitol Police and our Sergeant at Arms talk to each other. Right now, it's a two-headed system. They have to talk to each other, and sometimes those systems fail. On that day, it failed. The readiness part for January 6th last time was kind of at parade readiness. It wasn't at a riot readiness. So we had a lot of equipment in the basement stored away that if we had used it for a riot situation, those individuals probably would not have broken into the Capitol. But we were not at that readiness level. So obviously our men and women were hurt. We lost 5 people in that assault, and some 145 men and women in law enforcement were hurt. I don't think we'll ever have it again. I hope not. The last time someone broke into the United States Capitol before then was during the War of 1812. So we had a long stretch, but this was an embarrassment. My wife had to call me. I was inside and tell me what was going on because we were under siege. And so for our democracy, as I said in my comments last night, we normally settle our differences at the ballot box. And, you know, we recount and we go to court. But then if I'm on the losing end, I say, I'll see you in 4 years. You know, I don't create a plan B to just tear the place down. We're a better country than that.
Sir, we're at time, so thank you so much. That was an insightful conversation. And we'll move on to the next speaker.
Please welcome Politico's White House correspondent and playbook co-author, Eugene Daniels, and California Senator, LaFonza Butler.
Hello, everyone. I was laughing because yesterday I didn't have a Beyonce song on the walkout, and I told them I was suing them. So they just saved themselves and Politico a lot of money. Senator LaFonza Butler, thank you so much for doing this. You don't need introduction.
Nope.
But
Nope.
she's one of those that hates an introduction.
Let's skip all of that.
California Senator, and I would say close ally and former aide to Vice President Harris. So thank you so much for coming on her big day, her big week. One thing I want to get from you really quickly before we hop into Vice President Harris and your career, we are hearing from a lot of folks that they want to see a Palestinian American, someone from the uncommitted, to get on stage tonight. Some of your colleagues in the House have said that. The UAW, who endorsed Vice President Harris, and Governor Walz said the same thing. I'm curious if you think the convention should, on its last night, put a Palestinian American, someone from the uncommitted delegate movement, on stage.
Look, I think it's incredibly important to continue to clearly communicate the values of the Vice President in this moment. Right? She has been very clear about how she feels about ending the violence on innocent Palestinians, protecting the rights of Israel, to exist and defend itself and to get those hostages home. And if those are the 3-point plans to her, 3 sort of pillars to her plan, I think it's important that we try to find a space to be able to communicate that. And I hope and I think that the team is really working hard to do that.
Yeah, there were some folks right outside of the Politico Grill last night, CNN-POLITICO Grill, excuse me, last night, who were, talking to Representative AOC and some others kind of saying they're waiting on that call. So we'll keep folks updated as that's going on. Did you agree, and were you surprised, I guess, with the overwhelming sentiment in the party that current President Biden, former nominee, should drop his bid?
Look, where my thought lie in all of this is that we've got to recognize what happened on that debate stage, and incredibly disappointing performance that actually was. And then, but I believe that President Biden had earned the grace to be able to make a decision, an informed decision about what he should do with his career. I believed that there needed to be a turn in our party, in our party leadership. But when you've been a public servant for 52 years, when you have done and made you tried to fulfill every commitment that you have made, to me, you have earned the ability to have private conversations, to people, to be open to feedback from people, to give you honest insight into what things are. But I just wasn't raised to put my business out on Front Street. I just wasn't raised that way. And so I disagree with the tactic, but I'm perfectly fine with people expressing their opinion.
That turn happens to be your former boss and friend, now having the nomination. You were on her 2020 campaign. You've known her for decade plus at this point.
Don't age me, Eugene. I still get to be the youngest senator, one of the youngest senators.
Well, yeah, that says a lot about the Senate also. What do you think about kind of this rush of excitement and energy in the party? It was like a switch flipped that night when, as she was making those 100+ calls from the VPR, I was talking to every Democrat who would pick up their phone, and they were all getting excited that we saw how much money they've raised since that day. What do you think? How are you thinking about this as someone who still talks to her?
Yeah. Look, I think this is one of the most exciting times in my political lifetime, and I was, a part of the 2008 election of President Obama. I was at that convention in Denver, Colorado, and this feels different. And so for me, the way that it really is sort of manifesting is that everyone in this country can see a bit of themselves represented in Vice President Harris and in Governor Walz. And to me, that is a lot of the fuel of the excitement. Whether you are biracial, or you're a lawyer, or you're Indian American, or your parents are immigrants, or you were born on a farm, you can find a way to see yourself in this ticket, and that is an exciting invitation to be a part of democracy in a way that we haven't had in a long time.
Yeah, this is something you were trying to get her, this exact party on Thursday night at a convention in 2020. How are you and the folks who, some of them are back, but the folks that were trying to do that, how are you guys processing all of this? I'm sure you've talked to her since. How is she processing it?
I am trying to process it in real time.
At
the same time.
Let's do it together.
Right, and at the same time, I am trying to do everything that I can to make it so, right? We worked so hard in 2019 and 2020. Was able to help her lift her star to be recognized by President Biden to become the vice president. And right now it is truly about seeing it through. So I want to be present for that. And it is a historical moment. I think I was born and raised in Mississippi. And so I think about what Fannie Lou Hamer's contribution to this moment has been. I think about what Shirley Chisholm's contribution to this moment is. And I think about, frankly, what this moment means for my daughter. And so the way that I'm trying to process it in real time is that I actually sit down and write her a letter every morning.
Your daughter?
My daughter. And I made a point to write it on Senate letterhead. So that I'm actually able to capture for her that her mother is the only black woman serving in the United States Senate today who is doing everything that I can to ensure that she can dream to be president if she chose to. And like, there's probably all kinds of little things, cats and dogs, that I could think about, but none of it is more important than what we are making possible for our daughters to imagine.
One thing that's really interesting is, because, you know, your party, you guys get excited, but then you're always scared. You're like always terrified that another shoe was going to drop. So we've been talking to some Democrats that are here who are excited, but, you know, they think about, you know, that first year, and you and I talked quite a bit during that time, that first year of the vice presidency where they weren't sure, you know, she struggled a little bit to find her footing. I think even she would say, maybe she wouldn't say, maybe some staff would say, you know, that 2019 campaign and dropping out in December, which probably led to her being vice president. So I guess, why should people not be worried that that's going to happen? Or do you see some pitfalls that could come? We only have 75-ish days left.
Look, I'm not concerned. I am practical. I understand that the vice president and Governor Walz are human beings that are going to make mistakes, who whose careers and policies deserve to be interrogated. The American people should know exactly who it is that they are casting their ballot for. But I'm not worried because I know that the vice president is clear about who she is. She is a public servant who has dedicated her life to public service. She is a prosecutor who has prosecuted time and time again people who have dared to do wrong in our society and in our country. She is prepared to meet this moment because California has taught her in all of its diversity that the most important part of winning elections is building the coalition. California is not just Los Angeles and San Francisco. It's not just Hollywood and the Golden Gate Bridge. It is 58 counties.
And some rough and tumble politicians.
And some rough and tumble politics.
Nancy Pelosi here giving it to J.
You know, sharp elbows and pointy stilettos.
You know, the Vice President Harris that folks get to see is quite serious. She's lawyerly. Every once in a while, people get, you know, the laugh and the coconut and all of that. But you, okay, coconut.
All right, coconut.
Okay.
All right.
You know, he probably knows the dance and everything.
And the brat too.
But what can you tell these folks about who she is behind closed doors, right? The person that you know and have known for a long time. And I know you're going to say someone who's been fighting for the kids and doing, but like something that folks don't actually know and haven't heard from anybody around in a long time.
That's interesting. Look, I think it's not earth-shattering, but family is everything to her. For a lot of her life, it was her mom and her sister. Her extended family that was in India, but then their sort of chosen family around them in Oakland. And it is everything to her. And she thinks about her work and her responsibility from that context of how do we protect the family. And you know, when the most tender moments, and I think the moments that give you the greatest insight into who she is as a person is when she sees a young person. You've seen her do this, Eugene. She will grab any young person by both sides of their face and talk to them as if they are the only person in the room, and communicate to them how much the world needs them and how much they should act as leaders without asking for permission. And I think that communicates a lot, both the urgency of what is in front of us as a country in terms of developing the next generation, but I think it also communicates a care, not just for her children, but for America's children. And I think that is who she is when she's not on stage. When she has my daughter and her friends come over to VPR to play in the pool, that is who she is. And she grabs them all by the face and she says the exact same thing.
When you think about the kinds of policies that Vice President Harris should be talking about, we've seen she had the economic speech in North Carolina. She's talked about immigration. When I was with her in Arizona, I think, it's hard to remember.
Who knows?
But there's not like a suite of policies that we've seen. And I've talked to some Democrats and they're saying, you know what, we focus too much on the white papers. And maybe we don't need that. And maybe this is a vibes election and not a policy election. What policies should she be putting forward to make sure that the votes come?
Look, I think she's doing it, right? What the American people are telling us that are most important to them and the candidates that they are going to be choosing is their plans on the economy. How are they going to help bring prices down and change the conversation that working families are having at kitchen tables all across this country? They want to know what that candidate's position is in terms of abortion and the woman's right to make decisions about their own body, and what is that candidate going to do to keep our country and our communities safe? And I think the vice president has articulated those things. There are always going to be questions about education policy or foreign policy, and all of that is important, and we have 75 days to fight for the future of this country. And so we can have, if we want to have a policy debate, let's interrogate the policy of both sides.
I thought you might say that. What should, as they get out on the road and they're explaining their policies or they're talking about the vibes, the underlying thing, and we're hearing this a little bit this week, is about who she is and what a woman president, a black woman, a brown woman president would mean for a lot of people in this country. And I'm curious, her campaign isn't talking about it that much, right? A lot of people are talking about it. She's not. What do you think is behind that? How do you think she is thinking about saying, I'm the first, I'm going to break that glass ceiling? It's a little bit different than Secretary Clinton went at it.
Yeah. Look, I'm going to say something that I know is going to sound a little off color, but this is, as a black woman, you wake up every day knowing you're a black woman. And the world don't ever let you forget that you are a black woman. So she doesn't need to profess or wear a sticker on her shirt that she is a black woman. And so at the same time, with that being true, this is an election that I believe, and I think the way that she thinks about what she is doing in this moment, it is bigger than just her gender or her race. I fundamentally believe and know in her heart that she is doing this because she knows that there is a future to be fought for. And it would not matter if she were white, if she were brown, if she were purple, she would still be the woman to fight for that future in this moment. And so I think she is choosing to have a conversation with all of America, not about her race or her gender, not because she's not a black woman. They know that. They see that. But because this is an opportunity for all of us to choose to do something that is bigger than any one of us.
You began your career as a union organizer. The vice president has the UAW behind her. I was with her when we were there in Detroit when she was talking to them. Blue-collar union workers are not always, don't always feel like they're a key constituency for Democrats. The vote in the rural areas of the country and kind of like the middle of the country, as for the flyover countries, people like to say, pejoratively, is going to be important for Vice President Harris. How does she court those votes here? Because, you know, the Republicans are calling her this like lefty liberal from California who wants to do all these things that she said in 2019. She said, you know, we would call it backtrack, you might say clarify, some policies from that time period. So how should she court these rural voters, these kind of union workers, blue-collar?
I don't think it's about courtship at all. I fundamentally think it's about trust. If you are able to do what it is required to earn a person's trust, then you have a pathway to earning their vote. And I think what Vice President Harris and Governor Walz are going to be doing is not flying over, but standing in, communicating with those communities. And so many of us are going to be charged with going and trying to help do that. It is great that the Vice President and this ticket has been endorsed by the UAW. And the UAW's members vote in ways that may not necessarily align with what the union's endorsement is. And endorsements matter and they're important, but trust matters more.
Yeah.
And I think the most important thing that the vice president can do tonight is tell the American people, including those blue-collar workers, who she is, what they have in common, and what she intends to do to help to make life better for themselves and their communities.
Yeah. I have an inkling that you've spoken with her about her speech tonight, what's in it. It's just us,
Sure.
you know, so if you'd like to give a preview, some excerpts that the campaign hasn't sent just yet. What are you expecting from her in this speech tonight? What should we expect? What have you talked to her about?
Yeah. Look, you have covered the vice president for some time.
Yeah.
You and I have talked about sometimes she can be hesitant to talk about her lived experience. And I would expect that tonight, even you and I are going to learn some things about the vice president that we may not have known. I think there is a vulnerability in introducing herself to the country.
She feels a vulnerability.
No, I think she's going to demonstrate a vulnerability in telling the American people who she is and where she came from, what she's about, what motivates her, what inspires her. But I think mostly what we should expect is an invitation to those voters who haven't yet found their political home, who haven't yet made up their mind that this is a ticket or a party in which they can have their voices heard. And it's going to be an important opportunity to extend that invitation to folks who may have voted for President Trump in the past, but who frankly are just bored with the same old show. And are looking for somebody to take the country forward and unify us together. And so I think there's going to be an introduction, a continued introduction of her to the American people, an invitation extended, and hopefully a vision for what we can accomplish when we choose to do it together.
Yeah. We only have a few minutes left. I want to talk about you, which you're going to hate, I know. You have a few more months as senator.
I'm not counting down.
You're not, no, you're not, you don't have a lot of tickets. You didn't run for election, and also the question was, were you going to actually do that? Yeah. There was already a hot primary happening. You gave up power before, it was cool. So did you feel pressure to not run because the primary was already happening? Talk to us about that choice of doing that.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen around D.C. that much.
It does not happen around D.C. that much, and it is not my first time doing it.
Yeah.
I left the labor movement some would say, at the height of my power. I was the president of the largest union in the state of California. I had not only helped to elect Governor Newsom, but also Governor Brown, not just Senator Kamala Harris, but also Senator Alex Padilla. It was not much or not many rooms in which I didn't have access on behalf of the members that I represented. And at 39 years old, I stepped away. Not for any other reason than I knew it was time for somebody else to have an opportunity. And so I have a little bit of experience in walking away from what others perceive as power. The most important thing for me in this experience of being appointed to this Senate seat is that it actually helped to reaffirm that I know exactly who I am. And when I am in a seat, what I have learned is so important to me is that it is a seat that is not mine. But it is power that must be shared and used on behalf of everyone. I didn't plan to be a United States Senator. I literally became a United States Senator in 24 hours. 24 hours.
Well, your former boss got the nomination in 24 hours, so I'm sending a thing here.
So we have another thing that we have in common.
The two of you, yeah.
And Californians deserve to have someone representing them who was prepared to commit their life to it. And I just wasn't prepared to make that sacrifice at this point. I have a 9-year-old daughter. The commitment that I made to her and to my family was that I was going to be fully committed to doing that. It is an honor to serve. It really is an opportunity of a lifetime. It's not to say that I won't ever run for office again, but I know that in this moment, California needs someone else in this seat. And I know that my light will shine when it's time.
Yeah, and that feels like something's coming soon. Really quickly, you are going to be out of a job. If Vice President Harris wins, if she asks you, would you join the cabinet?
Are you trying to put me in unemployment?
I'm just saying, you will be soon. You will be soon. You will be soon.
If the President of the United States asked any of us to do something, we would all consider it.
Yeah. Thank you, Senator Butler, for your time. Thank you all so much.
Working on the microphone. How about now? There we go. Thank you to Eugene and Senator Butler. Please, everybody, give us a few minutes. Mayor Pete is on his way, so we're asking, I know it's packed in here. If you want to stay, with us, maybe grab something to eat quickly, but he's on his way. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Thanks.
Please take your seat. The program will be starting soon. Please take your seat. The program will be starting soon. Please welcome Politico's national political correspondent, Adam Bren, and United States Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg.
Afternoon. Well, it's good to be here, and just to point out, you're participating in your personal capacity as a Democrat, so I'm going to do something I haven't done in a long time and just call you Pete, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Or we could do Mayor, Secretary.
That works? Yeah.
Mayor.
Let's just stick with Pete. Let's keep it simple.
Let's do it.
Afternoon, everybody.
Yeah. It's a pretty good turnout, yeah. You know, I was reflecting kind of on your political journey here to this moment and thinking about how much Chicago as a city has played a role in your biography. I mean, you worked here, you interned as a news investigative news person here in Chicago after college.
Yeah, I mean, I'm having all these memories and flashbacks right now. I mean, when I was a little kid, I formed my concept of what a big city was coming to Chicago. Every now and then, we'd drive up from South Bend for a day trip. I'd get to go to the Science and Industry Museum, and my dad would disappear into Powell's bookstore, 57th Street Books in Hyde Park. And, you know, that was the first time I really kind of got a sense of what a city of this size is like. And then in college, back when I thought I was maybe going to be a journalist, got an internship at Channel 5 with an amazing investigative reporter. Renee Ferguson was her name. It's actually her birthday today, if she's following along. And that was a great opportunity to get to know what investigative reporters know best, which is the kind of underbelly of a city that famously has a lot to look at under the hood. And then my first real job, my first steady job anyway, out of grad school was here. Lived right in the Loop before a lot of people were living and socializing in the Loop after hours. And then you know, Chicago that was where I usually came for military duty. I see one of the people that I drilled with in my Navy unit, which was out of Fort Sheridan. And most importantly, Chicago is the place that brought me and Chasten together. I was on this dating app, not that one, and spotted this guy. He was a grad student at DePaul, and had a side job helping students, exchange students, find their way around O'Hare. And started chatting with him one day. Then we met, and I actually proposed to him at O'Hare at Gate B5 years later. So don't let anybody tell you O'Hare is not romantic. Yeah, every time I come here, I just feel the energy and the complexity of a big city. So one of the reasons I've felt, even though I can't claim to be a Chicagoan, I felt a little bit motivated to defend Chicago against some of the attacks that are coming from the other side, who seem to want to attack an entire city as part of their response to the convention being here. This is a great city, and like every city faces its challenges, but it's one of the cities that really propelled America's arrival into modernity. Back when this was the West, by the way, really, that, you know, Chicago's rise came at a time when this was still kind of a far out part of the country, and it's just really exciting to be here.
Yeah, you have a certain facility with the pen, I think, as we learned from your memoir and from, you know, your speech last night, which I'm told you finished up not long before you went on stage.
Yeah. You know, it's just hard to. It's hard to know when to put the pen down. So I was kind of tweaking and thinking of a couple things I'd want to say a little bit differently. And it's a challenge, right? They give you a few minutes. You have so many things that you want to say. And every time you send a draft, they let you know how you could cut it in half, which is their job, right, to keep things moving. But part of what I've enjoyed and what I've tried to be part of is how every speaker, I think, sought to say things that they specifically could say or they specifically could speak to. And I tried to do the same thing. And what a thrill to be out there on that stage and to feel this electric energy. I mean, I do a lot of public speaking, obviously, but I felt a shiver up my spine toward the end just from the response of the crowd. And that's the energy that Democrats will need to bottle up at the end of this convention after what I'm sure will be another electrifying night and take with us for what will be a long 2.5 months of campaigning. But I think the propulsion coming out of this will really stay with us.
Yeah. What is reaction? I mean, have you heard from people close to you? What's reaction been like to your speech?
Oh yeah, people have been wonderful. Yeah, getting wonderful messages and notes, which is really encouraging, and obviously what you hope for when you give a big speech on a big stage. But of course, the most important thing is it's not about me. So what I most want to hear is people saying that this has contributed to their motivation to stay involved and do everything that they can to make sure that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and all the other Democrats on the ticket this year get elected.
I want to go back in time to the end of July. You're on a plane from a fundraiser you did with Vice President Harris in Provincetown, Massachusetts, and you're on a plane. It's a Sunday. You land. You open your phone and you see President Biden's X post. What happens next? Take us kind of inside your thinking.
Yeah. Well, the first thing that happened was not much because they didn't have a gate ready for us at the airport. And so we were on the tarmac for a good 20 minutes or so before we pulled in and then headed home as we had planned to do. You know, our kids didn't particularly know or care that something important was going on politically. So part of what we were focused on was just getting settled back with the kiddos. But you know, I knew that it was a moment when any Democrat had to think about what we had to contribute, what we could offer to help bring the party together. Got a hold of the vice president within a matter of hours, let her know that I wanted to do everything I could to support her, and made that public that same evening.
And what did she say to you that instantly made you think she has this? She is the candidate our party needs to go with.
Well, she immediately talked about, just to be clear, I didn't call her to decide whether to support her. I called her so she knew that I was supporting her. You know, she talked about how we all needed to do this together and how it was something that had happened very quickly, but was going to mean that we would have no time to lose to make sure that there was victory in November. And one of the things I thought was amazing about that afternoon and that evening is, let's face it, Democrats are not exactly known for quickly and easily aligning around anything or anyone. We tend to get to consensus the hard way after a lot of push and pull and tug of war. So the fact that the party coalesced so quickly around her, I think, reflects so well on her leadership, as well as, I think, reflecting the sense of seriousness of purpose that Democrats have right now.
You are one of the very few people here who know Vice President Harris as a competitor, as a one-time competitor in the 2020 primary. What have you noticed about her rise from that moment to this moment right now? Have you noticed, you know, political growth in her from a former candidate to now a candidate for the top of the ticket?
Well, yeah, it's true. The first I got to know her was when she and I and about 20 other people were competing for the presidential nomination. And it says a lot when you come to appreciate and respect someone that much more when you are competing. But that's definitely how I felt about her and many other among the people that we were competing with. Then I had the privilege of working with her on debate prep. They invited me to represent Mike Pence and help her prepare for some of the things Mike Pence would say. You can imagine what it was like for me trying to enter the mental space of trying to become Mike Pence, but I said I'll do anything for a good cause. And but of course, through that, had a chance behind the scenes to see how she honed her arguments, how she gathered the facts and information that she wanted to have ready in order to have the best possible debate performance. And she had a superb debate performance. I might have been one of the only people, since I was in the auditorium up in the rafters, who had no idea about this fly that landed on his head that stole the show, but was so proud of her performance. Then, of course, have had a chance to see her as vice president. A job as visible as the vice presidency, I mean, the American vice presidency is one of the most visible leadership jobs in the world, would make a profound mark on anyone. And I have seen how in that role, she's had a chance to demonstrate qualities that you don't get to show when you're one of many competitors for a nomination or even just on the campaign trail. I think she's been able to show that sense of command on the world stage. I had the privilege of sitting right next to her while she was engaging world leaders at one of the summits that was hosted in Washington. See behind the scenes just how she poses the question that brings a meeting to the real point of the meeting quickly. And what I love about this moment is that I think even though America has known her as our vice president, of course, for almost 4 years, America is understanding her as a leader in a way that's just only visible when somebody becomes the top of the ticket.
You spoke of the world stage, and so I have to ask, do you want to be her next U.S. ambassador to the UN?
I'm not applying for a job right now or measuring the drapes on anything. I already have, I can't talk about it in this context, but as you know, I have a day job that I love. And between that and doing everything I can to get her elected, that's taking approximately 130% of my time and talents. And then afterwards, we'll see what the future holds.
Yeah, I do want to stay on this thread a little bit of world affairs. It's a fraught moment on the global stage right now. You were at a fundraiser here in Chicago not too long ago for Harris, and there was a woman there who posted about the interaction that she had with you. Her name was Nabila Rashid, and she came very skeptical to this fundraiser. She posted that she doesn't feel like she has been heard. She disagrees with the administration's policy on Gaza. And she asked you a question. And she said that your answer blew her out of the water after the fact. And she said you gave a 7-part, nuanced, thoughtful sort of reconstruction of what you think should happen. Could you share with us a little bit that answer that you gave her?
No pressure. Jeez. Yeah. I don't know that I can reconstruct that interaction. I do remember speaking with her, and I remember seeing in her eyes something that I've seen in so many interactions that we've had with people who are so concerned and in so much anguish about what's going on. And I think the first step is to understand that people are coming to this issue so often from a place of pain. This is not one of those things that people track as a matter of political sport. People feel very real pain from witnessing the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. People are also feeling a huge amount of pain associated with a surge in anti-Semitism in the United States, including on campus, that has accompanied the response to what is going on in the news. And I think what we need right now is leadership that can comprehend the complexity of what is notoriously one of the most confounding issues in the world and has been for as long as we've been alive. And part of what I appreciate about Kamala Harris is her ability to speak to the need for an end to the suffering and the killing in Gaza without saying anything that could be taken as making an excuse for Hamas, and speaking to the legitimate security needs of the Israeli people and the United States' relationship with Israel, without doing or saying anything that is making excuses for all of the choices of Netanyahu. And that kind of nuance doesn't go onto a bumper sticker. It doesn't always make it into a tweet. But that is exactly the kind of understanding that needs to be brought to this fiercely challenging and painful issue. And I do see that kind of leadership in our vice president. I think it's part of what's going to make her a great president.
Sounds like somebody who's preparing to be an ambassador to the UN.
Dude, you got my future all figured out here.
I do want to ask about the Veep stakes. Reuters reported that Friday, before she made her decision, that you had a 90-minute meeting with her. Did that happen?
I'm pretty sure, I never saw this written down, but I'm pretty sure that the first rule of the VP process is you don't talk about the VP process. Other than to say, I really am excited about Tim Walz. I have seen campaigns and parties spend millions of dollars on trying to make their candidate seem like the kind of guy who would be a National Guardsman and a football coach and a school teacher. He literally is that guy. What you see is what you get. And America saw that last night in a way that I think has really endeared them to him and to the ticket.
I do want to ask you about Walz, but just the general tone of this convention as well. You once called Trump a draft-dodging chicken hawk during your run for the DNC, but you later wrote about that while true, the statement was not in keeping with how I publicly speak about political figures or anyone else. And afterward, you reflected that you said the president was inspiring a loss of decency, not just in his supporters, but also in those of us who opposed him. Have you noticed that this convention, do you think the President Obama's sort of hand gesture joke at Trump's expense, or Tim Walz sort of talking about the the debunked couch story with J.D. Vance, do you think that is beneath him?
I mean, look, I still think that we are, as a whole, very much going high, not only compared to obviously the Trump-Vance campaign, but compared to the norm in presidential politics. That doesn't mean that we're completely above, occasionally, the temptation to tweak our opponents on things that are just crying out to be tweaked. But look, I do think there's a lot of different levels of what's going on, right? One of which is what they are calling vibes, or what we used to call morale, which is the way it feels to be in this campaign. And I do think that overall we've done a good job as a party and as a campaign of calling people to what is highest. And that doesn't mean it's all high-minded and highfalutin. I just mean that we're speaking to what is best in people, the ability to look to the future. We're asking people to be bigger. And that's a way that we can show, and not just tell, the difference between what we have to offer and the, in my view, profound darkness that is the overall motif of the entire Trump-Vance campaign right now. Even more than it was in the Trump-Pence campaign, although that was fueled by grievance too. But at least, as I said last night, at least Mike Pence was polite. At least he added like a certain sense of sunny, I don't know, something or other, or tried to the ticket. Now it seems like they've really doubled down on the darkness.
You know, there are a lot of echoes in your political biography and J.D. Vance's political biography. You both sort of rocketed to the national stage as a result of kind of the Trump era. And, your a letter from Flyover Country, the Medium post that you wrote launching your DNC campaign, was a lot about that. And that's why, in part, in the beginning of your political career, that you got a lot of attention was your opposition to Trump. Do you see similarities between yourself and Vance?
I think I had more similarities with him back when he was telling the truth. He did write very eloquently 4 or 5 years ago about how Donald Trump was appealing to the worst in us. He had a different way of putting it than I did. He referred to Donald Trump as a kind of a heroin or a kind of opioid, which, just think about how dark, if you're from Appalachia, right? That's pretty much literally the darkest thing I could imagine you saying about somebody after what opioids have done to that part of the country, as well as the industrial Midwest where I lived. It really is, I think, the worst thing you could say about somebody, and that's what J.D. Vance eloquently described Donald Trump as. So I guess back then I might have had a little more in common with him. I think it's true that both of us have spoken to the fascination of coastal political commentators with the middle of the country and the so-called Rust Belt. But I would argue that J.D. Vance made a choice to walk away from the interests of the middle of the country when he attached himself to a president who is almost extravagantly anti-Midwestern in style and in terms of the policies. You know, the anti-union policies, the really terrible results that we had around manufacturing, the resistance to anything that would raise the minimum wage or help people get overtime. In other words, all the things that people in places like where I grew up and places where JD grew up really need. And you know, just because you live in the Midwest doesn't mean that you're embodying Midwestern values or looking out for the Midwest. And that's a contest and a contrast that I think is very much on display in the distinction, not just in style, but very importantly in policy substance between J.D. Vance and Tim Walz. Tim Walz executed a number of progressive policies that are also wildly popular in a Midwestern way. He made sure that kids can eat, no matter how poor they are, in schools in Minnesota. That has been characterized as some kind of far-out proposition. I think it is in keeping with a Midwest progressive tradition, but also just in keeping with a faith tradition that says that we need to take care of the least among us. And to me, that's somebody who is much more aligned with my understanding of what it means to meaningfully embody Midwestern values and a Midwestern political tradition than whatever it is that JD's pitching these days.
You know, I'm struck by having covered your 2020 presidential campaign. There are two words, two themes that have really, two values you might call them, that have really come to the fore over the last couple of weeks in the Democratic Party, and that's freedom, which you campaigned on significantly, and then there's also this talk of joy returning to politics.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's really important to offer a different account, not just of what our policies ought to be, but what our politics ought to be like. This is what I tried to convey last night in my address. And it's not naive. I mean, it might sound weird talking about joy when we know what we're up against and we're concerned about the durability of our democracy and we've witnessed political violence on the steps of the Capitol. This call to joy is not about saying everything's fine, doesn't matter who wins, let's just go out there and have some fun. It's that even in the hardest fought battles, there is a joy in the solidarity that we build with one another. There is joy in the experience of convincing others to come along with us. I think there's real joy in persuasion. There's joy in welcome. And I've always believed in welcoming what I like to call future former Republicans into the fold, especially at a time like this, when you have a top of the Republican ticket that's walked away from so many Republican values. And I also happen to think it's generally more of a winning strategy too, because part of what you do in a campaign is try to build a campaign people want to be part of, things people want to be at, events people want to attend. And I think that's very much on display. I don't just mean in terms of crowd size, but I mean in terms of the energy and enthusiasm on display in this convention hall. That quality of pulling us in. There's just more to it than grim determination, and that's how I'd rather run a campaign. And I also think that when you try to put people in touch with a kind of joy, we become a little more open-minded and open-hearted in a way that actually leads to better policies than this idea that anyone who isn't like you is a threat and you should be small and backward-looking and fearful all the time. I think that leads to worse and more damaging policies.
It's been 7 years since you ran for to be the chair of the DNC. If Kamala Harris asked you to be her DNC chair, would you do that job?
You're trying all the future job opportunities for me.
I've got one more. One more.
All right. Now I'm curious.
Michigan, where you live now, has an open gubernatorial bid in 2026.
You're my career coach now. You got all my different options laid out. I'm not just trying to be coy for political reasons. Every great opportunity I've had and everything I've done in politics that mattered probably would have been a big surprise to me just a year or two before it was happening. And that's taught me to be very humble about thinking I have the path figured out in terms of what's ahead. And I sincerely don't know what I'll be doing whenever I'm not doing what I'm doing right now.
We both have kids around the same age. Mine are a little older. And I'm curious, how have they changed the way that you think and talk about politics? We heard a little bit of that last night in the speech.
Well, as I mentioned last night in the speech, having kids has made it it was one thing for me to talk about how my marriage, the most important thing in my life, exists by the grace of a single vote in the Supreme Court. It's still another when I think about now an entire family, a family unit of this amazing son and daughter and my spouse, my husband Chasten, and the life that we built, the home that we built, the world that we built. When you're with your kids, you realize that their world is whatever you make possible for them and surround them with, especially at that age. We're thinking about the fact that they're going to experience the 22nd century. They're going to know what it's like to be an American in 2100, which compels you to take a longer view of the choices we're making in policy and politics. And also, one thing I'm thinking about a lot lately is they're going to form their concept of the presidency during whichever presidency is about to begin, right? That's when they'll kind of be old enough that they'll say, who's that on TV? And I'll be like, that's the president. And they'll start to understand what that means, right? They'll turn 7 during the term of the next president. And one possibility is that our daughter will form her concept of what a president is when she looks at the news and sees a president who looks like her. And that's an incredible thing to think about. And obviously the alternative is something to think about too. Whether we agreed with or liked our presidents or not growing up, our presidents were at least plausibly people we could look up to or respect as children. And I know there's already 4 years worth of parents who've had to do this, but I really do not want to have to explain the Trump presidency to my children in any context besides that of history.
You talked about it. You talked about a darkness last night that you said has set into our politics. President Joe Biden ran on this idea that there was a battle for the soul of the nation. Was he successful in quelling that battle, or is it still sort of raging on?
Well, nobody could say that it's mission accomplished, but I do think that what he achieved was not just turning the economy around and not just getting us through the worst days of COVID. Things did change. When Chasten and I got to Washington and found a place to live, you literally couldn't approach the Capitol because there was a level of fencing around it that I hadn't seen since I was in Afghanistan. And it was there as a response to the political violence that Trump supporters had wreaked on that Capitol just a few weeks earlier. There is no question that President Biden has moved us a long way from that precipice that we were all standing on. And I think in some ways, maybe an implicit theory of the case in the way that he focused on results all the time is that if the results got better, we would be, if we were still wrestling, so to speak, as a country with each other, we'd at least be wrestling a little bit further away from the edge of the cliff. And I think that's been achieved. What has yet to be achieved, but what I very much hope to see someday, is a future where most Republicans, and I know this future is a long way off, but a future where most Republicans are as horrified by Trumpism as I am, which, by the way, is how most Republicans responded to Trumpism when it first emerged in 2015, 2016, before they decided it was their path to power. And I would like a lot of things to evolve in more that direction. I'd love nothing more than to get to a place where, when it comes to an issue like climate, for example, the fight between Democrats and Republicans was over who was doing more to solve it, not whether it's real. And on issue after issue after issue, I think we have a more normal politics that we really can get to. It's just that an important step on the way toward getting there is for the Republican Party to realize that stapling their fortunes to somebody who offends not only our values but theirs is a losing proposition.
In addition to writing your speech last night and a couple of books, I'm also told that you're a songwriter. that you have written an original song called Bath Time is the Best Time of the Day for your two twins, and that you sing it to them?
This is true. I don't know how that leaked. I wouldn't go so far as to say I've written it, but yeah, anything to hold their attention. Bath time is a very special part of our day, but yeah, I was trying to make it entertaining for them.
Could you share? Sing a few bars?
Absolutely not. Okay. Yeah. Nothing good comes from anybody hearing me sing in public. That's gonna stay right by the tub.
After this convention, Kamala Harris will face off with Donald Trump and do it into a debate. That's sort of the next big marker here, leaving from Chicago.
Yeah.
Having done debate prep with her, what advice? Not that she needs it or is asking for, but what would you tell her about showing a contrast with Trump?
Well, the issues are on her side. The American people strongly agree with us on just about every issue. That's one of the reasons why the biggest scandal of the year for the Republican Party was actually a policy scandal, which was nothing more or less than the publication of the Trump vision in the form of Project 2025. So she starts from a position of strength. I think the key will be to deal with all of the outrageous, crazy stuff that he throws out there, especially the things that simply cannot pass without a response, and yet always come home to what she has to say. Which is not about him or about herself. It's about you. It's about us. That is her center of gravity. And my hope and expectation for the debate is that that will come through, and it'll be yet another chance to show and not just tell the difference in what America has to look forward to under her presidency compared to going back to the chaos that we knew before.
Well, Pete, thank you so much for your time. This
was
fun. Thanks for doing it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, everybody, thank you for joining us here at Politico at the CNN Grill. That is our programming. We just want to thank everybody who made this production happen, the production crew, the editorial crew, the local crew, everyone in the city of Chicago. We've had a great time and hope you do too. If you're joining us later this evening, I hope to see you at the Grill if you're fortunate enough to get a pass for that. And we hope you'll continue to read Politico, watch Politico, learn from Politico, come visit our Politico Live events, all the ways that we do. Thank you again. Enjoy yourselves.